There's a maroon Dodge that needs to be moved out of the alleyway outside. CWY 7717. If you have a maroon Dodge, please move it now. We're going to do our opening ceremonies for today's show. We have Valley View students that are doing the honors.
If you'll please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you will, please bow your heads and remove your hats. Thank you, Father, for gathering us all here today. Thank you for a beautiful week for our county show. We ask you to watch over the exhibitors today and their animals. We ask your presence to be here with us and keep us and our animals safe today with arrival, showing, and making our way back home. In your name we pray, amen.
We're going to start our sheep show with the breeding and weather dams first. So if you have a breeding sheep, be getting ready, please. If you're in Class 1 breeding sheep weather dams, please be making your way to the far gate. You need to be checking in now. Class 1, first call, Class 1. Class 1, please be lining up now. Class 1, please be lining up now. Class 1, we're ready to start the breeding sheep. If you're in Class 1, please come to the gate now. For your market lambs, we're going to show Dorper or hair sheep, South Downs, and then medium wools. It's not like the order listed in show work. So Dorper, South Down, medium wool for market. Class 2 breeding sheep weather dams, be lining up, please. Class 2 breeding sheep weather dams, be lining up, please. Class 3, be getting ready.
Outstanding way to get started this morning, and I think we got an awfully good class of breeding sheep out here. Young man, Southdown, that's the one that hits me the hardest just coming out of the gate. I think one that when we study that one, skeletal quality and the way that one's assembled and put together from the side, That's the one I'm after. And then 2, we get behind the lineup, and I think a ewe that's got plenty of body shape to her. I think a ewe that's got plenty of width to her. I think one that's got more than enough natural thickness. I thought an awfully nice one and a nice place to get us started this morning. Young man's Dorper that comes in 2. I like yours as much as any in terms of that one's profile shot. I think when we get that one put together from this side, man, that one does a lot of good in terms of that one's silhouette, in terms of that one's organization of skeleton. I think that one's awfully nice. For me, when we get comparative to our winner, and I was going back and forth in my mind, I needed yours to be just a notch fresher today. I wanted that one to be just a bit bigger in terms of its loin edge. I wanted that one to be just a notch more progressive in terms of her width. But we talk about one in terms of her image from the side. That's the kind I'm going after. I thought an awfully nice one that lands there in 2. Young man's in 3. I like yours a great deal in terms of that one's mid-body and that one's rib cage. That one's awfully nice there. I thought of you that's plenty opened up in terms of her width. I thought of you that's got plenty of natural thickness in terms of width. Hands-on, we're a bit too soft today. I needed that one to be just a notch firmer. I wanted that one to be just a notch trimmer. We could see her just a bit better in the way she comes out of her hips. She wants to get just a notch rounder there. But I thought a really nice, productive, functional type that comes there in 3. Young ladies in 4, you got an opened up one that's really square. I thought one that was square when we got behind the lineup as well. We compare you to a couple ahead of you. I needed her to be rounder in terms of her body cage. She's just a notch flatter. She was just a notch tighter there. And in terms of her spine, we could see her just a bit sleeker up through her front 1/3. But I thought a really nice one there in 4. Young man, or you that comes here in 5, I thought one that had the right kind of length. I thought one that was awfully trim and honest in her condition. Needed that one to be better in terms of her spine. Needed that one to be better in terms of her shape up high. I thought the you rounding out the class. I thought another one that was really good in terms of her length. I thought one, though, that we needed to see just a bit better in terms of her skeleton. I needed that one to be a bit better in terms of her spine as well. She was a notch tighter there. Fun class, great class. Again, my compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 1 breeding sheep weather dams. First, Thomas Ryder, Lindsay 4-H. Second, Cody Kirkpatrick, ERA FFA. Third, Cody Kirkpatrick, ERA FFA. Fourth, Cody Kirkpatrick, ERA FFA. Fifth, Gabriel Zimmer, Red River 4-H. Sixth, Samantha Zimmer, Red River 4-H. We're now ready to judge Class 2 breeding sheep weather dams. You have 5 entries in the class. Class 3 breeding sheep weather dams, be lining up, please.
another nice class here, and I thought a really nice one to get us kick-started in this particular group. Young man with the medium OU, I thought one that hits me hard coming out of the gate. And I'll sound like a bit of a broken record at times when I say that, but man, first impressions are so huge to me, especially in the sheep and goat ring. For me, young man's sheep, man, yours hit me hard in terms of that one's body type, in terms of that one's image. When we got that one put together from the side in motion, we could fix her in terms of her hind leg. I don't want to call her perfect. I think she is a bit quicker there in terms of her step. But when we get that one put together and that one's silhouette and that one's organization of skeleton, that's the one I keep going back to. That's the one I'm after in this particular group. I thought of you too that had plenty of natural thickness. I liked her progression of width. I thought a nice place to start. Young man's comes in two. I like yours a great deal in terms of that one's body cage. I like that one in terms of her natural thickness when we get on the top side of that gal. For me, when we get comparative to our winner, we're not as neat up front. We're a little rounder and coarser in terms of our shoulder. I wish we could make her just a notch shorter there and smoother. We could push her back in terms of her plate, and I think that would give her a neater image up front. And that pair would get closer, but a nice one there in two. Young lady's Dorper that comes in three. That one kind of grew on me over time because from behind the lineup, I needed that one to have more natural thickness, and that's why we land down here in three. But we get to the side, and I like that one's silhouette as much as any in terms of that one's pattern from the side. I like that one's hip and hind leg posture. I like that one in terms of her look up front from behind the sheep like we talked about. I needed that one to be a bit more opened up. Young lady does a nice job getting that one presented. I thought the South Down that comes here next in four, one that's awful bold and has enough natural thickness. She's just a bit too chuffy for me today. I needed to see her just a notch trimmer over her forerib. I need to see her just a bit more aggressive in terms of her touch. She's just a notch softer, but I thought an awfully productive, functional kind that lands in four. Blue U that rounds us out here. Definitely not a slouch. I think you got a nice sheep. You're following a tough class today for me. I think a trim one that's honest in her condition. I like her in terms of her square shape behind her shoulder. I needed her to be better when we got her into motion. She's a bit more up and down in terms of the angle of her hind leg. I wanted her to have just a notch more bend and set to it. She's a notch tighter there in terms of her spine. We could see her more progressive in terms of her rear rib and flank. Nice class again. My compliment to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 2, first, Carter Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Second, Isaac Ryder, Lindsay 4-H. Third, Rayleigh Clement, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Kennedy Hogan, Lindsay FFA. Fifth, Zadie Salinas, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready for Class 3, Breeding Sheep Weather Dams. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion, Breeding Sheep Weather Dam. We'd like to thank our sponsors. The buckle for the Grand Champion Breeding Lamb was donated by Ryder Show Lambs. The banner for the Grand Champion Breeding Lamb, Quasar Energy Services Incorporated. The buckle for the Reserve Champion Breeding Lamb was donated by Rocker O Ranch. The banner for the Reserve Champion Breeding Lamb was donated by Pentex Industry. Thank you, Energy. Thank you for your support.
A really nice class to wrap us up here, and I think we got a nice pair of them. And I went back and forth in my mind because they're so different, and their type and kind, and how they're put together. For me, the one that takes the cake, and the one I kept going back to, a young lady here on the far right. I think you got a U that's really opened up at her foundation, and that's one of the reasons why I kept going back to you, because you're so opened up. You're so good in terms of your body shape on that U, and you got the most natural thickness in this particular class. And then we prop that one up from the side, and I'm not calling that one as cool as the other side of the pillow, but man, I think everything makes sense in terms of the way that gal's put together, and in terms of her show sheet proportions. I thought that was the place that we needed to start in this particular group. Now, she's not perfect. I needed her to be just a bit more aggressive up high. I wanted her to have just a notch more shape. I call her acceptable because she's awfully fresh today, and that's the place I needed to start. Young lady in 2, you make a strong case because I like yours a bit more behind that one's shoulder. I think yours gives you a bit better image when we get that one put together and when that one wants to show sheep from the side. For me, we get comparative to our winner, and we get behind the lineup, and I needed yours to be a bit bigger there in terms of her pin set. She wants to taper down to the base of her skeleton. I needed her to be just gauged a notch wider at the surface. I could see her just a bit better in terms of her shoulder shape as well. She's just a bit rounder. Again, close calls there because I thought an awfully nice one that lands there in 2. Southdown that comes 3 makes a case as well because that one's so bold and that one's so opened up and that one's balanced from the side. Hands-on's where I got the most critical. She's a bit softer in terms of her touch. She's a bit chuffy over her forearm. We trim her down and make her just a notch more aggressive. I think that top trio gets even more challenging. Dorper that comes next is real honest in her condition and bold in her body type. Needed that one to be fresher in terms of her up high. Needed to see that one just a bit better in the way she comes out of her hip and down into the seat of her britches. I thought the blue U that rounds us out here, really nice patterned. I like that one's extension up front. For me, I needed that gal to be a bit fresher in terms of her touch up high. I needed her to be just a bit more open up and have a notch more natural thickness. What a fun group. Again, my compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 3, first, Kinley Reeves, Lindsay 4-H. Second, Brinley Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Third, Kinley Reeves, Lindsay 4-H. Fourth, Emily Zimmer, Red River 4-H. Fifth, Natalie Medina, Gainesville FFA. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion breeding sheep Weather Dam. From Class 1, we need Thomas Ryder and Cody Kirkpatrick. From Class 2, we need Carter Wolf, Isaac Ryder. And from Class 3, Kinley Reeves and Brinley Wolf. Dorper Market Lambs, be getting ready, please. Dorper Market Lambs, be getting ready, please.
Nice lineup for me whenever we bring back our class winners in seconds. Like we talked about in that first particular group, I thought that was a nice class, and that Southdown stuck out to me in terms of having the right kind of natural thickness, in terms of having the right kind of organization of skeleton. I think when we bring her back in the mix, is that one as neat as some of the others in terms of her chest? Is that one as good as some of the others in terms of her hip and hind leg and loin? And that's kind of questions going through my mind. I thought that Dorper that was second there, we liked that one as much as any in terms of that one's image. I thought that when we compared it to our winner, wasn't as opened up in that particular group, but I thought an awfully good one there. And two, that second class, that one that wins, hit me hard in terms of when we got that one put together from the side. I thought one that was really good in terms of her shape. I thought one that was really good in terms of her natural thickness and how honest she was in her condition. In motion, I got critical on her in terms of maybe being a little quicker in terms of the way she uses her hind leg. When that one drives and gets in, I think that one gives you such look. That Southdown, that was two in that particular group. I like that one in terms of its body. I thought an awfully fresh one, not near as neat in terms of our winner up through its front 1/3, but I thought a really nice one there in two. And that third class, that was a really close pair because they're so different in their type and kind. Young ladies that won that particular group, I like that one in terms of its extra width. I like that one in terms of how bold that gal's body was. She had enough natural width and thickness to her. Hands-on, she was a notch softer in terms of her touch, and that's kind of things going through my mind. She wasn't as neat as some of the others up front as well. That 1 and 2, that one was the aggressive one that was really round-bodied. I liked that one in terms of her shape. I needed her to be better in her loin. Behind the line, I needed her to be better and bigger in terms of her upper hip. She wanted to taper to the surface as well. Again, close calls. I got two of them that I like the most, and I'm going to go show you the two I like in that order. Again, as I do if we could, let's put our hands together for an awfully good breeding sheep show.
Your champion breeding sheep weather dam goes to Carter Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Your reserve champion breeding sheep weather dam goes to Kenley Reeves, Lindsay 4-H. Don't forget, if you win a banner or a buckle today, please get your picture made with your animal at the backdrop before you leave. So if you win a banner or a buckle today, please get your picture made at the backdrop with your animal before you leave today. We're ready to start our Market Lamb show. We'll start with the Dorpers, then go to Southdown, then go to Medium Wool. At the conclusion of selecting the Grain and Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb, we'll do sale order, and then we'll do showmanship. Showmanship is junior division, grades 3, 4, and 5, intermediate division, grades 6, 7, and 8, and senior division is high school students. If you have a South Down and you show in the first class of South Downs, be in the holding pen, please.
A really nice way to get the Market Lamb show started here in the Dorper division. And I think we got three totally different types and kinds in our top trio. And that's what makes it a little more challenging from my perspective, just trying to figure out which one I want to land on because I don't think one of them's perfect out here. The one I keep going back to, though, is Young Man's White Dorper. That's the one that's going to take the cake for me in this particular lineup. I think one that when we just talk about show sheet fundamentals, I think that one does so quickly in terms of extra width at the surface and kind of body shape to that one. I think that one's easily the best in terms of its touch, its tone, its texture on the top side of that guy's skeleton. I think when we flip him around and profile him, I think we could change him in terms of maybe giving him a shot more stretch and a shot more style, but I still think everything makes sense in terms of his balance. I think a really proportional sheep that's easily the best in terms of his muscle and touch, and that's why I kept going back to him. Young Ladies that comes in two makes a strong case because first impressions, yours hit me as hard as any in terms of extra look. I thought that was awfully good. I think yours is extra stout, especially for the breed. Hands on. I needed that one to be a bit more aggressive behind that one's shoulder. I needed that one to be fresher over that one's loin edge. And for all that, we could see that one just a notch sleeker up front. We're a little longer in terms of our blade and deeper in terms of our chest placement. Still a balanced one. I just needed that one to touch a bit better to make that pair even closer. Young Man comes in three. I think yours makes a case in terms of yours image and yours silhouette. I think today we're the greenest one of the initial three. I needed that one to be fresher touching. I needed that one to have a bit more shape. We could see that one just a notch wider in terms of how that one was gauged. But I think an awfully good sheep with a bright future that lands here in three. Sheep in four is interesting because I thought one from the outside looking in, I thought an awfully muscular one. Hands on, I needed that one to be better loined. I needed that one to have just more muscle behind its shoulder. But we talk about shape to its outer and inner leg. I think that guy is in a league of his own in that regard. I thought a nice one there. Young Ladies that comes next. Another one I like in terms of its image. I like that one in terms of its silhouette. I think an awfully good structured sheep. I just needed that one to have more muscle today. I needed that one to be a little wider. I needed that one to have more shape up high. We could run you up in this group. Young Man's that comes next, a trim, hard touching one that needs to be bigger in terms of its upper hip. We could see that one a bit bolder in terms of that one's body. I thought the sheep that came next, another one I liked up front. I needed that one to have more shape down into its lower leg. I needed that one to touch a bit better over its loin edge. Young Man that rounds us out here, I like your sheep in terms of how level that guy is. I needed that one to have more shape behind its shoulder. I needed that one to be bigger over its loin edge. We could see that one bolder in its body as well. Fun class, nice way to get us started. My compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
In Class 1 Market Lamb Dwarpers, your champion Dwarper and first in the class goes to Grayson Osterman from Valley View FFA. Second, Rayleigh Clement, Valley View FFA. She also has the reserve champion Dwarper. Third, Cody Kirkpatrick, ERA FFA. Fourth, Reagan Osterman, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Samantha Zimmer, Red River 4-H. Sixth, Gabriel Zimmer, Red River 4-H. Seventh, Emily Zimmer, Red River 4-H. Eighth, Joshua Zimmer, Red River 4-H. We're now judging South Downs Class 1. South Down Class 2. Line up, please. After the South Down, we'll start our medium oils.
A nice class here to start the South Downs, and a really close pair of them up top. I went back and forth in my mind. Ultimately, Young Man Sheep's going to be the one that we land on in this particular group at the surface. Big in terms of its foot and bone and forearm and just power features to it. I think that gal is easily the best in terms of her body cage. I like her in terms of her freshness of touch on the top side. I think a sheep from the side is balanced. Maybe not as neat as some of the others up front, but I still think one that's good in terms of her lines, and I like her in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. We need to make her just a bit sleeker up front, but I thought that's the place we needed to start here. Young ladies, you and two, yours is a bit better in terms of its silhouette up front. I like that one a bit more in terms of the way its shoulder lays onto its body, in terms of the way that one's neck sits. I think one that draws back awfully good in her lines. She's a bit sharper in terms of her hawk at times. Hands on, I needed her to have more shape behind her shoulder. I needed her to be a bit fresher over her loin edge. And we get behind the lineup, and we're not as near as progressive in terms of our body and in terms of our width as our winner. That's the little things that kind of separated it, because I like a lot about the U that lands there in two. Weather in three, you're cut from a different mold. First impression, I was drawn to you in terms of just your foot and your bone and your stoutness of feature. I like that one's length. I like that one's pattern. Hands-on of the initial three, hands-on. I needed that one to have more shape. I needed that one to be fresher. We could see that one a bit sleeker in terms of the way its shoulder is designed. But I thought a sheep that had awfully good pieces, one that hit me hard, a nice one that lands in three. Sheep in four is trim and hard touching. Needed that one to be a bit bolder in terms of its body. Needed that one to be bigger in its upper hip. That one's a little sharper there in terms of her hawk angle. And then the sheep that rounds us out here, a real good one right behind its shoulder in terms of being square and shapely. I needed that one to be fresher loined. I needed that one to just be gauged a notch wider from end to end. Again, a fun class, a nice way to get the South Down started. My compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in the first Southdown class: first, Thomas Ryder from Lindsay 4-H; second, Joanna Ryder, Lindsay 4-H; third, Chloe Macbeth, Gainesville FFA; fourth, Cara Barra, Munster FFA; fifth, Aubrey Snyder, Era FFA. We're now ready for Class 2 Southdowns. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion Southdown and go into the medium wools. Would like to thank our sponsors. The banner for the champion Dorper Lamb was donated by Nortex Communication. The banner for the reserve champion Dorper Lamb was donated by Cook County United Way. The banner for the champion Southdown Lamb was donated by J.R. Thompson Incorporated. The banner for the reserve champion Southdown Lamb was donated by Ryder Show Lambs. The banner for the champion medium wool lamb was donated by J.R. Thompson Incorporated. The banner for the reserve champion medium wool lamb was donated by Quasar Energy Services Incorporated. Thank you for your support.
No, switch the 4 would be there. Okay, 3, 2. Oh, you're good. You're good. Another really good class. And again, I think a pair of them that are so close up top because they're similar and yet they're still different and they're type and kind. The one I kept going back to is Young Ladies U, and I like that one so much in terms of first impression. I like that one so much in terms of that one's handle quality. I think that's where that one wins this particular group. And then 2, we get that one put together from the side, and I think one that's balanced. I think one that's proportional. I like her to the way she feeds back and to her rear rib and flank, and I like her bottom line. I like her hip and hind leg posture. I thought a very nice sheep to get us started in this particular group. Young man that comes in 2, you make a strong case because I like yours length of spine. I think yours is really big and good behind its shoulder. I needed yours when we compare it to our winner to be just a bit better over its loin edge. I needed yours to be just a bit better in terms of its flank, and I think that would give yours just a bit better of an image from the side. Yours is just a notch sharper in terms of its hawk ever so slightly. Minor differences on a nice pair. My compliments to those 2 individuals. Sheep in 3, I like yours length and I like yours extension. For me today, I needed that one to be rounder in terms of its body. I needed that one to have just a bit more shape on the top side when we get comparative to the 2 ahead of you because you got a really stout one that's opened up. I just needed that one to be firmer in terms of its shape. Sheep that rounds us out here, I like that one's trimness. I like that one's firmness of handle. I needed that one to just have more today. I needed that one to be a bit wider. I needed that one to be a bit fresher in terms of handle quality up high. What a fun class. Again, my compliments to each and every one of those young exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 2 South Downs. First, Gemma Ryder, Lindsay 4H. Second, Nolan Ryder, Lindsay 4H. Third, Addison Starvich, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Carrie Bayer, Munster FFA. We'll now choose the champion and reserve champion, South Down. Medium wool, be getting ready, please. Medium wool, be getting ready, please.
A really good lineup of South Downs. We talk about that first class, and again, that was a closer call because they were so different and their type and kind. Young man sheep that I like the most there. I love that one in terms of her body cage. I liked her the most in terms of her touch and tone and texture. I thought a sheep that was still proportional when we put her together from the side. She's a bit rounder off either end when we compare her to a couple of the others out here, but I still thought everything made sense, and that one was easily the best one in terms of freshness and in terms of shape and in terms of muscularity. My favorite one in that class to look at from the side up front was the sheep in 2 because she's so good in terms of her shoulder shape, so good in terms of the way her neck sits on the top side of her skeleton. I thought one that we compared to our winner, not near as good in terms of her body, not near as opened up. We could make that one fresher in terms of her loin edge. That second class, again, a really close call there because I thought yet still different in the way they were put together. Sheep that takes the cake for me, I like the most in terms of handle. I like the most in terms of her bottom line. I like the most in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. I thought a sheep that had the right kind of image when we got her put together. Young Man's in 2. I loved yours behind its shoulder. I thought yours had enough shape down into its lower and outer leg. I thought maybe when we got comparative, not as good in terms of its loin edge, not as good in terms of its bottom line. Close calls are made. I'll go show you my 2 favorites because I know everybody ringside's got their personal picks. Again, as I do, if we could, let's put our hands together for an awfully good Southdown drive.
Your champion Southdown is Gemma Ryder from Lindsay 4-H. Your reserve champion Southdown is Nolan Ryder from Lindsay 4-H. We're now ready to start the medium wolves. Medium wolves be lining up now. At the conclusion of the grand drive, we will choose sale order for lambs, so please don't put your lamb up. Don't forget, if you win a banner or a buckle today, please get your picture made at the backdrop with your animal before you leave.
Man, a close pair of them up top, and I went back and forth in my mind because they're so different in the way they're put together, and that's what makes it even a closer call. Because where they're good, they're really good. I thought the young man's you. We're going to start us off with. I think one that from the side resembles what I'm going for in terms of the way they're put together. I think that one's skeletal quality is awfully good. I like that one up front. I like that one's hip and hind leg posture. I think a U that when we get behind them is actually surprisingly better in terms of her body and more progressive in her width than I imagined just from the side. I thought one that was so good in terms of her touch and tone and texture. I thought an awfully nice one. Now, she's not the most progressive back into her rear rib and flank, but I'm forgiving of that when her body's that round and her shape's that good, and when we can get them to look like that from the side. I thought that was a nice one there. Man's in two, you make a strong case because we're talking power pieces, and you got them. You're opened up, you're stout, you're big pinned, you're really good right behind that one's shoulder. I love that one shaped there. For me, we compare him to our winner, and we talk loin edge. We're not as fresh. We're wide and we're square. We're not as fresh as our winner. We talk front end assembly. We're proportional and balanced. We're just not as neat in terms of the way our shoulder lays onto our skeleton, in terms of where our chest sits. We still make sense. We're just not at that level, and that's the close calls I had to make there because I thought a very good one that lands in second. Young ladies, that comes in three. You don't got to slouch. You fall in a really tough class. I thought that's the best pair thus far today. I think your sheep's awfully nice in terms of its image and the way it's put together. For me in this group, I needed it wider. I needed it with just a bit more shape. But I thought you got a really nice one there in three. Fun class, nice trio. Great way to get the medium wool started.
Your winners in the first class of medium wools. First, Carter Wolf, Lindsay, FFA. Second, Cannon Crisp, Callisburg, 4-H. Third, Josie Brinkley, Callisburg, FFA.
A really good class and a nice trio, and I can see it getting switched around depending on where you want to lie your preference. For me, the one place I always kept going back to is Young Ladies Sheep, and that's the one that takes the cake for me today. I thought one that when we just talk skeletal quality, I think that one wins this group in a hurry. I thought one that when we talk shape behind that one's shoulder, shape to that one's leg, inner and outer, I think that one wins pretty easily. I like the way that one's assembled from the side. I thought that's the place to start in this particular group. 2 and 3 were a bit of a closer call for me because they're so different and they're type and kind. Blue Sheep that I like in 2, man, I like that one so much in terms of hands-on. That one's radical in terms of its shape right behind its shoulder. That one's big and creased up. That one's big and square, and that one's loin edge. I think that one's easily the freshest there. And I think 1, 2 that's proportional and balanced in terms of its image when we get that one put together. He's not as neat as up front as a couple of the others. He's not as good back into his flank as a couple of the others. He's a notch tighter in his spine, and those are little things that keep him in second. When we talk touch and we talk handle quality, that one's my favorite. 3's interesting and intriguing because that one's really fresh up high as well. I think that one for me, it's his front end and front skeleton that gets him down here. 3. He's a bit over there in terms of his knee. He's a bit rounder in terms of his shoulder. I wish he had just a notch more shape down into his lower leg, and I think that would aid to his image from the side. We fix him up front, and I think that trio gets even more challenging because I think a really nice one there in 3. Sheep 4 gives you some good shots from the side in terms of a tall-fronted one that runs uphill, trim and hard touching. Needed him to be better loined. Needed that one to be a bit more opened up from when we compare it to the trio ahead of them. I thought the Young Ladies Sheep that came next, the white featured one, hit me hard coming into gate because of that one's skeletal quality. From the side, just a bit plainer in terms of its image. Hands on, a bit plainer in terms of its shape. Really like that one, skin and hide though. Blue Sheep that rounds us out here. Definitely not a slouch. You fall in another tough class because you got a good patterned one that's long and extended. Like that one's trimness. Needed that one to just have a bit more muscle today in this particular lineup. Needed that one to be just a bit more opened up. A fun class, a nice class. My compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners are first, Brenda Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Second, Carter Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Third, Cooper Graves, Munster FFA. Fourth, Isaac Ryder, Lindsay 4-H. Fifth, Kenley Reeves, Lindsay 4-H. Sixth, Natalie Medina, Gainesville FFA. Don't forget, at the conclusion of the grand drive for Market Lambs, we will choose sale order. So if you want to be considered for sale order, please be getting ready.
A really good pair of them up top, and another close call because they're so different and the way they're put together. Young lady's sheep that's going to be my class winner, just starting that one at the ground and reading through the fuzz. That one's big-footed. That one's stout in its forearm. That one's opened up at the surface. That one's easily the best bodied in this particular group, and why that one's so much better in terms of its touch and tone and texture on the top side rather than contemporaries. I think one that's still proportional. I think one that's balanced. I love that one's shape to its inner and outer leg. I thought an awfully good one to get us kick started here in Class 3. A sheep that comes in second, that's my favorite one from the side. I like that one tight the front end. I think that's a tall fronted sheep that runs uphill, that makes the right kind of picture when we put it together from the side. 3/4 shot and hands on. When we get comparative, we're not as fresh in terms of our shape behind its shoulder. We're firm. Don't get me wrong, we're firm. We're just not as fresh as our winner. We're not as round in terms of our full rib. We're not as robust in terms of our body cage. We're not as opened up when we get behind the lineup. Again, that's a close call because it's so comparative, but I thought a nice pair, a nice one there in 2. Sheep 3 is bold-bodied and has some muscle. I think one that we get comparative to the 2 ahead of them, not near as neat in terms of its image. That one wants to get a notch tighter there in terms of its spine, but I thought a nice one there in 3. Sheep in 4 is really bold-bodied and opened up at the ground. Too much chuff on it for me today. I need that one to be a bit trimmer. I need that one to be a bit more attractive up through its front 1/3. Again, a really good group. Nice class to round us out here in the medium wool show. My compliments to those young exhibitors.
So your winners in Class 4 Market Lambs: first, Brenda Wolf, Lindsay FFA; second, Claire Graves, Munster FFA; third, Kenley Reeves, Lindsay 4-H; fourth, Emmeline Morgan, Callisburg FFA. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion medium wool. Division winners be getting ready for the grand drive, please. Don't forget, we're doing sale order at the conclusion of the grand drive. So if you want to be considered for sale order, be standing by, please. After sale order, we'll go immediately into showmanship.
Really pleased with the lineup we have out here in terms of the medium wool show. That first class, again, like we talked about, I thought that was a nice pair of them because they were so different. I like the young man's use, skeletal quality and organization. I thought that one was surprisingly thicker. Especially when you get this shot and you get behind her, she's a bit more opened up than you'd expect, and I like that about her. I liked her body cage and touch and tone. Out here is her bottom line progressive enough, and that's kind of things going through my mind. But I think one that's definitely in the mix. We talked about that second in class, and I loved him behind his shoulder in terms of his shape. I thought a sheep that was proportional. We compare it to our winner though, maybe not as neat in terms of its shoulder, maybe not as good in terms of its loin edge, maybe not as just organized and as attractive, but I thought a balanced one that was awfully muscular there. That second class, another good class, and that one was three deep there. Young lady sheep that took the cake for me there. I thought that one just kind of hit me the hardest there in terms of that one's image, in terms of that one's organization of skeleton, and in terms of that one's silhouette. I like that one the most. I love that one in terms of his shape behind his shoulder. I like that one's shape to his inner and outer leg. I thought a sheep too that just fit the bill in terms of its image. Is that one the freshest over his loin? And that's kind of things going through my mind, but a big square one there at that. The blue sheep in two there, that was my favorite one in terms of just its touch and tone and texture. We compared it to our winner in that group, and maybe he was a notch tighter in his spine. Maybe he wasn't just as put together as well in terms of his organization. I think one, though, that was so good in terms of his handle quality. That's why I liked him there. And two, that third class, another really close pair between sheep that were so different and the way they were put together. The stouter, more opened up one wins for me. That was better in terms of its body cage. I thought that one was fresher in terms of its handle and just more opened up from every angle. We get to the side and we get comparative. Is that one as good in terms of its shoulder shape and chest plate and chest placement as some of the others? And that's kind of things going through my mind. That sheep in two in that group was my favorite one in terms of its image. I liked how firm that one was in terms of its handle and how trim that guy was as well. He wasn't as fresh as our winner. He wasn't as opened up. He wasn't as robust. And that's kind of little things that separated it. Again, close calls are made. I know everybody ringside's got the ones they're cheering for and the one they're rooting for to win. I'll go show you my two favorites. Again, as I do, if we could, one more time, let's put our hands together for an awfully good medium wool show.
Your champion medium wool is Brenda Wolf from Lindsay FFA. Your reserve champion medium wool is Carter Wolf from Lindsay FFA. We're now ready for the grand drive. We need Grayson Osterman from Valley View FFA and Rayleigh Clement, Valley View FFA, with a champion and reserve champion Dorper. We need Gemma Ryder and Nolan Ryder from Lindsay 4-H with their champion and reserve champion Southdown. And Brenda Wolf and Carter Wolf with their champion and reserve champion medium wool. At the conclusion of the grand drive, we will choose sale order. If you want to be in the running for sale order, please be at the gate with your lamb for lineup. Don't forget, if you win a banner or a buckle today, please get a picture at the backdrop with your animal before you leave today.
Again, we bring our champions back out, and I'm pleased. I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. I feel like I did that in their respective classes, and then two in their respective breeds. Again, lots of close calls were made. Two of them hit me just a bit harder, and I'm not one for a long, drawn-out speech. I'm going to go show you my two favorites. Again, one more time, let's put our hands together for all the Market Lamb exhibitors.
Your grand champion market lamb was shown by Brenda Wolf, Lindsay FFA. Your reserve grand champion market lamb was shown by Carter Wolf, Lindsay FFA. We'll now do sale order. So if you want to be considered for sale order, please come to the gate now. They will line you up. Don't forget that showmanship is immediately following sale order. Our showmanship is junior, grades 3, 4, and 5, intermediate, grades 6, 7, and 8, and senior is high school students. No, just green. So we're ready for showmanship. So if you want to compete in junior lamb showmanship, this is grades 3, 4, and 5. Intermediate is grades 6, 7, and 8, and senior is high school students. If you would like to participate in the lamb showmanship, be lining up now, please, for the junior division. This is grades 3, 4, and 5.
We get to this showmanship deal, and I think it is a close call because I think all of them could be tweaked ever so slightly. I think all of them do something that kind of makes themselves stand out in this particular lineup. For me, it kind of comes down to personal preferences, and that's feet placement. That's getting things done quickly and efficiently. And then two, that's having showing awareness, showing courtesy to you, and getting the most out of your animal, which is probably the most important part because that's such a big priority, especially in these small ruminants and when it comes to the big show. Again, close call for me. I'll go show you my favorite one. And again, as I do, if we could, let's put our hands together for an awesome set of juniors.
Your champion junior lamb showman is Gemma Ryder from Lindsay 4-H. We'd like to thank our buckle sponsors for our showmanship. Our junior sheep showmanship was sponsored by Advanced Pedestals. Our buckle for our intermediate sheep showmanship was sponsored by Primo Feeds Winning Enterprises. The buckle for senior sheep showmanship was sponsored by Quasar Energy Services Incorporated. The buckle for the Grand Champion Market Lamb was sponsored by Helena Agri Enterprises. The banner for the Grand Champion Market Lamb was sponsored by Quasar Energy Services. The buckle for the Reserve Champion Market Lamb was sponsored by Ryder Show Lambs. And the banner for Reserve Champion Market Lamb was sponsored by Pentex Energy. Thank you for your support.
Again, close calls will be made in this particular lineup because I think we got an outstanding set of intermediates. For me, it comes down between a handful of them, and those handful do such a good job in terms of doing the little things right. I think the handful that it comes down to are really good in body posture. They're really good in terms of their hand placement. They're really good at keeping their feet square and getting it done quickly and efficiently. The one I'm going to land on today does such a good job at that. And then two, they make it look so natural and so easy in terms of the way they maneuver around the ring. The individual that's going to be my champion just got a bit more out of her animal and showed it off just a bit better. I kind of gave it away in a sense, and my poker face very good at times. For me, the one that hit me the hardest, the one I'm going to crown the champion, young lady right here in the pink, she'll be our champion intermediate.
Your champion intermediate showman is Claire Graves, Munster FFA. Don't forget to get a picture made at the backdrop with your animal if you want a buckle or a banner today. Also, if you made the sponsored sale, please get a picture with your animal before you leave today. We're going to start the dairy goats at the conclusion of this class. So if you have a dairy goat, be getting ready, please. Then we'll roll right into the goats.
I think we got a great group of seniors, and I'll never apologize for taking any extra time when it comes to showmanship. Again, I find it so important, especially here in these small ruminant animals. It can make and break you in the big show ring. I know a couple of these kiddos that I gave them some homework and some things that they needed to ask the person that brought them here in terms of see if they'd get the question right. And I'm not one to take much from the questions. I use that as a moment to educate. I'm an educator by trade. I get to do that every day, and I strive to educate the youth any chance that I get to, because we have to remember these kiddos are the future, and I can tell you the future is awfully bright here in Cook County. Again, close call. One of them for me just kind of stuck out in this particular group in terms of doing the little things right, and then in terms of getting the most out of their animal. For me, my favorite one, the one that I thought did the best job today, young man up here in the front, he's going to be our champion senior showman.
Your champion senior showman is Cooper Graves from Munster FFA. If you're in the breeding meat goat weather does classes, you need to be getting ready, please. We're going to start with dairy goats. So if you have a dairy goat, please line up at the gate. Breeding meat goats, weather does, be getting ready, please.
We got a nice single entry out here that definitely could stand more competition. I like that gal in terms of her femininity. I like her in terms of her lines and her silhouette. Maybe we could see her just a bit more opened up at the surface. I think that's awfully minor on a really nice one. My compliments to this pair.
Your winner in the junior doe class is Marianne Bayer from Munster 4-H. We're now ready for the junior does 13 and 18 months. We have one entry in this class. Senior does under 3, be getting ready, please.
Another nice single entry that could definitely stand more competition. Like that gal in terms of her image. I think one that runs uphill. I like her in terms of her maternal characteristics. And then two, one that gives you a nice look up front. Another nice pair. Again, my compliments to this young lady.
Your winner in the junior does 13 to 18 months is Sarah Neighbors, ERA FFA. We're now ready for senior does under 3. We have 2 entries in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose your champion dairy. If you have a breeding meat goat weather doe, please be getting ready.
a nice pair of them out here in a close call because they're so different and they're type and kind. Young man here on my left is going to have our class winner. I think one that's just built a bit more opened up at the surface. I like that one a bit more in terms of her maternal characteristics. I like her a bit more in terms of the shape of her body cage. I think one that's awfully square and balanced when we get them put together from the side. The taller fronted feminine one is here in second. I like that one up front as much as any, and I like her length as well. For me, when we compare her to our winner, she's not near as bold and robust in terms of her body cage. I'd like to see her just a bit more maternal in terms of her sweep to her rear rib and flank. We could see her just a notch fresher there in terms of her condition. Nice class, nice pair. My compliments to these two young men.
Your winner in the senior does under 3 years. First, Hayden Neighbors, Era FFA. Second, John Paul Bayer, Munster 4-H. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion dairy goat. Breeding meat goats, weather does, class 1. Be lining up, please.
I think we got an awfully good lineup. That single entry from the first group, I liked their femininity and I liked their image. We talked about her maybe not being the best in terms of her body cage, and maybe we could have opened her up just a notch. But I think one that fits out here and does so really well in terms of her image. We talked about the one in that second class, the single entry. I loved her up front. I loved her from the side. One that was so good in terms of her maternal characteristics. I thought one that definitely deserves to be on the front line. For me, if you want to get critical, maybe she's not as fresh as a couple of the others up high. But man, I think that's awfully minor on a really nice one there. And then that last class, that pair of young men's that wins, I thought was just a bit more opened up. I like that one a bit more in terms of its body cage. I like that one a bit more in terms of its maternal characteristics. Obviously not as neat as some of the others out here, but still an awfully balanced one. That one that was second in that particular group, I like that one's femininity up front. I thought maybe we could have seen that one just a bit more maternal in her rear rib and flank. We could have saw that one just a notch fresher in terms of her condition. Close call for me when it comes to reserve. My champion sticks out like a sore thumb. I'll go show you them in order. Again, as I do if we could. Let's make some noise for all the GOAT exhibitors.
Your champion dairy goat is Sarah Neighbors, Era FFA. Your reserve champion dairy goat, Hayden Neighbors, Era FFA. We're now ready to start the breeding meat goats weather does with class 1. We have 6 entries in this class. Class 2, be lining.
Really interesting pair to begin the Doe show with. Again, so different in the two types that land in the top. For me, the one I kept going back to those the young man's Doe, and I like that one just a bit more in terms of her silhouette from the side. I think one that's just a bit sleeker and neater in terms of her image, especially in terms of her chest placement and shoulder shape and the way her neck sits on the top side of it. I think that's where that one wins. And then two, we get behind the lineup and we get our hands on them, and that one's no slouch for muscle and no slouch for power. I think that one's still plenty good in terms of its touch up high. I thought that was the one we needed to win in this particular group. If your favorite one's the one that lands in two, you're not hurting my feelings because that one's awfully good as well. I thought that was one of the closer pairs we've had thus far because that's the stouter featured option that wraps more forearm up front. I love that one in terms of her body cage. I think one that's so good in terms of her touch and tone and texture. I like that gal a bit more in terms of her loin edge than our winner. We step off to side and we get comparative and way margins of differences. I think that one needs to be better behind her shoulder. She wants to break and drop ever so slightly. I wish that one was just a bit neater in terms of her look at times. She's a notch coarser in terms of her shoulder and neck, but I think an awfully good one in second. Nice pair of them. Looking forward to seeing those come back out here for the champion drive. Going three, I like that one in terms of her balanced image. I think one that's bold in her body. Hands on, not near as good as one and two in this particular group. We could see that one just a bit bigger in terms of her upper hip as well. Doe that comes in four hits me hard initially in terms of that one's pattern from the side. We get behind the lineup, and that one's easily the most closed up and the flattest in terms of its rib cage of the initial four, and that's why we drop them down. But we want to talk one that's fun to look at. That's the one that lands in four. Young ladies, that comes in five. I like yours in terms of its mid body. I think one that's awfully productive there. I think a nice functional Doe when we get them in motion. For me, when we got comparative, we don't have the near as much shape was ahead of you, right behind your shoulder. I wanted to see that one just a bit square when we got behind the lineup, but I thought a nice one there. Doe that rounds us out, a real neat looking one that's sound and functional. Needed that one to just be more opened up today in this particular group. Fun class again. My compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 1, breeding meat goats, weather does. First, Andrew McCutcheon, Valley View 4-H. Second, Quinn Kane, Munster FFA. Third, Magdalene Sewell, Munster 4-H. Fourth, Andrew McCutcheon, Valley View 4-H. Fifth, Joanna Ryder, Lindsay 4-H. Sixth, Gemma Ryder, Lindsay 4-H. We're now judging Class 2, breeding meat goats, weather does. Class 3, breeding meat goats, weather does. Please line up at the gate.
Nice class, and a standout winner for me. My decision was between 2 and 3 in this particular trio because the one that wins hit me awfully hard. I think an awfully good one in terms of skeletal correctness, and in terms of the way that one's put together. I like that one a great deal. And then 2, we get our hands on that gal, and she's plenty good in terms of her touch and tone up high. I thought an awfully nice one. Looking forward to seeing the corn dough back out here in the drive. 2 and 3, that was a closer call for me because they're a bit different in the way they're put together. Spot back that comes in 2, I like her body just a bit better in terms of the shape of her rib cage. I like her in terms of her progression of width when we get on the top side of that gal. From the side, I think she's balanced, but maybe she's not as neat as the does on either side of her in terms of her shoulder shape, in terms of the way she is in terms of her image, but a balanced, proportional one that's really good in terms of covering the fundamentals. I like that one there in 2. Doe in 3 is intriguing because I like that one so much in terms of her image. She has the right kind of stoutness built into her lower skeleton. For me, hands-on, and we read through the hair, maybe she's not as aggressive in terms of her shape. She's not near as bold in terms of her full rib. Again, little things that separate it. I liked her there in 3. I thought the one that comes in 4 from the side is an awfully balanced doe. One that is still plenty good in terms of her body. We read through the hair. I think that one, though, needs to be better in the shape of her full rib. I think that one needs to be bigger in terms of her upper hip. We get behind the lineup and we could square her up in terms of where her feet meet the surface, and she wants to pull her hawk in ever so slightly. Doe that rounds us out. I like that gal's length. I like that gal's extension. I think an awfully feminine one. For me, today just needs to be more opened up, especially when we get behind the lineup in terms of her upper hip. I think that one needs to be square in terms of her shape behind her shoulder. Again, fun class. My compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 2, first, Kyan Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Heath Hennigan, Munster FFA. Third, Brinley Cottrell, Munster FFA. Fourth, Ada Sewell, Munster 4-H. Fifth, Rachel Snyder, ERA FFA. We're now judging Class 3, breeding meat goats, weather does. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion, breeding meat goat, weather doe. Market goat, lightweight, be getting ready, please.
I apologize for taking a little extra time on this pair. I thought both of them were so good, and they're type and kind, yet still so different, and they hit me hard for so many different reasons. The one I kept going back to, though, is young lady spot-backed one, and here's why. I thought just coming out of the gate, I thought that one stoutness and natural thickness, I mean, hits me awfully hard. And then we talk about one's body cage being so good and so round. And that's what I liked about her. Hands on, that one was my favorite in terms of her aggression, and in terms of her touch and her tone, and the way she progressed back to her hip. I wouldn't say she's the most opened up when we get behind the lineup, but at some point we got to get them. At some point they get wide enough, and that one's plenty thick enough for my liking. From the side, I like that one in terms of the way that one was put together. I thought a nice one to win this particular group. The doe that comes in two, man, that one hit me hard as well in terms of that one's maternal image back into her rear rib and flank. I like that one so much there. I thought a doe, too, that was so sleek in terms of her image from her shoulder and her neck placement. I like that a bunch about her. For me, I thought at times we were just a notch deeper in terms of our chest placement. Fore rib shape could have been just a bit rounder. I thought when we compare her to our winner, that's a firm touching one, but wasn't near as fresh in terms of her loin edge. And again, we could stouten her up ever so slightly, and I think that would aid to her balance. That was a close pair and an awfully nice one that lands in second. I thought the doe three, again, one that hits me hard initially in terms of her image. For me, at the same time, she was a bit quicker there in terms of her step. I thought when we compared her to ahead of her wasn't near as opened up in terms of upper hip and body shape, but I thought a very nice one that lands in three. Doe in four is bold and has muscle mass, a bit plainer in terms of that one's image. I wish we could make that one better in terms of its hind leg. I thought the doe that came next was cut from the same mold in terms of rib shape, maybe not as neat up front, maybe not as good in terms of its touch behind its spot back that rounds us out here was a trim one that was honest in her condition, that needed to be more opened up when we got behind the lineup. I wanted that one to be a bit fresher as well. What a fun class. Again, my compliments to the young exhibitors. Great job. Great job.
We need the class winners from class 1, 2, and 3 back in the ring for the champion and reserve champion breeding meat goat weather does. Your winners in class 3. First, Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Hank Hennigan, Munster FFA. Third, Hank Hennigan, Munster FFA. Fourth, Heath Hennigan, Munster FFA. Fifth, Genevieve Grime, Munster 4-H. Sixth, Magdalene Grime, Munster 4-H. If you're in Class 1, lightweight market goats, you need to be lining up at the gate, please. Class 1, lightweight market goats, line up at the gate, please. Don't forget, if you win a buckle or a banner today, please make a picture at the backdrop with your animal before you leave today. If you make the sponsored sale, please make a picture at the backdrop before you leave today.
I thought we had an outstanding doe show, and again, lots and lots of quality throughout the day. For me, there was close calls in class. There's going to be close calls out here when it comes to crowning a champion in reserve, because I think we got some awfully nice ones. Again, I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. I got my two favorites, and I'm going to go show you them in order. One more time, if we could, let's make some noise for all the doe exhibitors.
Your champion breeding meat goat weather doe is Cayenne Kane, Munster FFA. Your reserve champion breeding meat goat weather doe goes to Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. We'd like to thank our sponsors. The banner for the Grand Champion Dairy Goat was donated by Quasar Energy Services. The banner for the Reserve Champion Dairy Goat was donated by Cook County United Way. The buckle for Grand Champion Breeding Goat was donated by John and Mary Dangelmeyer. The banner for Grand Champion Breeding Goat was donated by Pentex Energy. The buckle for Reserve Champion Breeding Goat was donated by Cook County United Way. The banner for Reserve Champion Breeding Goat was donated by ERA Supporters in Agriculture. Thank you for your support.
A nice way to kickstart the Market Goat Show, and I think we got a neat class of them, and I can see it getting shaken around depending on where you want to lie. Your preferences, for me, the predominantly white goat's the one I kept going back to, and I don't deem him perfect, but that's the one that hits me the hardest in terms of his body cage and in terms of his shape right behind his shoulder. I think a goat that paints the right kind of picture when we get him put together from the side in motion. He's a bit quicker there in terms of his step. I think we can see him just a notch fresher over his loin edge, but in this particular group, I deem that acceptable because he has some of the extras that we're after. Young man that comes in two, you make a strong case and you kind of worked your way up in this particular group for me because the first impression and initially I was on to yours about his shoulder and his hip and maybe being a bit rounder off either end, but you got a really good bodied one that's really fresh in terms of his touch. If we could open that guy up in terms of at the surface and make him a bit better out of his hip, I think that pair gets even closer, but a really nice one there in two. Goat in three worked its way up for me as well because I love that one in terms of its body cage. I think that one's got the right kind of width at the surface. For me, it lands in three in terms of handle quality. I needed that one to be fresher in terms of its muscle shape. I needed that one to have more shape right there behind his shoulder. We get that, and I think that trio gets even more challenging because an awfully nice one is there in three. Goat in four hit me as hard as any coming out of the gate in terms of that one's just intriguing image. I like that one's stoutness. I like that one's look up front. That one's just a bit too flat in terms of its body cage for me. I needed that one to touch better on the top side to work up in this group, but a neat one there in four. Goat in five's bold and trim and hard touching. Needed that one to be better loined. Needed that one to be more opened up in terms of its upper hip. Goat that rounds us out here. Another one I like in terms of its square shape. I just wanted more of it today. I wanted that one to be a bit more open up. We could have seen that one a bit bolder in terms of its forerib as well. Fun class, nice way to get us started. My compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 1 Lightweight Market Goats. First, Kinley Dingelmeyer, Lindsay FFA. Second, Nolan Ryder, Lindsay 4H. Third, Genevieve Grime, Munster 4H. Fourth, Brinley Cottrell, Munster FFA. Fifth, Sarah Neighbors, ERA FFA. Sixth, Hannah Dunn, Lindsay 4H. We're now ready for Class 2 Lightweight Market Goats. Class 3 Lightweight Market Goats, be lining up at the gate, please.
Nice class here, and one that kind of stuck out like a sore thumb for me, and not because of its color. I because of its quality. Red Goat's going to be my winner. I like that guy in terms of his power pieces. I like him in terms of covering the Show Goat fundamentals, and then we get him put together from the side, and an awfully good one in terms of his Show Goat proportions. I thought a nice one to win this particular class. Really stout, intriguing one comes in two. That's big in terms of his power pieces. I think that guy is so bold in terms of his body, and when he to be a show goat and acts like a show goat should. I think he's awfully balanced as well. We compare him to our winner, and he's not near as good in terms of his touch. I'd like to see him stronger behind his shoulder as well. But I thought a very nice one that lands in two. Young man's in three. I like yours as much as any in terms of its profile shot. A tall fronted one that runs uphill. That's got the right kind of hip and hind leg posture. Of the initial three, though, we needed to see that one with just more real shape on the top side. We were a bit softer in terms of our texture. We firmed that one up and make him a bit more aggressive. I think that trio gets even more challenging. Hard touching firm one comes next. It's dialed in that regard. A bit plainer in terms of its image. We could stouten that one up in terms of its foot and bone, and I think that would aid to that one's balance from the side, but an awfully nice one there. Goat that comes next is really square in terms of its muscle. I like that one in terms of how wide it is at the ground. From behind the lineup, I needed that one to be bigger in its upper hip. I wish we could make that one stronger behind his shoulder. Neat looking one comes next that's really attractive. Unfortunately, in this particular lineup, I needed that one to be more opened up. I needed that one to be bolder in terms of its rib cage. Fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 2 lightweight market goats. First, Quinn Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Ada Sewell, Munster 4-H. Third, Heath Hennigan, Munster FFA. Fourth, Magdalene Sewell, Munster 4-H. Fifth, Maddie Bayer, Munster FFA. Sixth, Savannah Rossler, Gainesville FFA. We're now judging Class 3 lightweight market goats. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion market goat. Lightweight.
Really good pair and a close call because they're so different. For me, though, the one I kept going back to is young ladies there. That one's going to be our class winner. I think one that from behind the line overwhelms its contemporaries in terms of loin edge and in terms of upper hip. And then we study that guy from the side, and he's easily my favorite in terms of his image. A tall-fronted one that's got the right kind of posture built into his hind leg. I like him in terms of his bottom line. I think he's awfully good in terms of his width progression. I think an awfully good one to start us off with. A goat that comes in makes a case because first impression, man, that one hits me hard. Big and stout in terms of his feature. Love him in terms of his body shape. He's so round in terms of his curvature to his rib cage. I think one that's so big in terms of his shape behind his shoulder. I think when we get comparative and compare him to our winner, he's not as fresh in terms of his loin edge. He's not as neat in terms of his image, but an awfully balanced one. Again, looking forward to seeing that pair come back out here in the drive. Goat in 3, man, you got one that's so good in terms of his image. For me, hands-on of the initial 3, I needed more shape, especially right there behind its shoulder. I could have seen that one with just more shape to its inner and outer leg, but I thought a really nice, attractive one that lands in 3. Goat and 4. That one's bold, and that one's got mass up high. Just a bit too soft for me today. I needed that one to be firmer. I wanted that one to be a bit sleeker in its image up front. Pair of them that round us out here are trim and touching. I like both of them in terms of their image. I think both of them could just be opened up from end to end. We could have seen both of them with just a shot more muscle as well. Fun class. Again, nice way to wrap up the lightweight division.
Your winners in Class 3 lightweight market goats. First, Cayenne Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Claire Graves, Munster FFA. Third, Hank Hennigan, Munster FFA. Fourth, Eli Watershed, Munster 4-H. Fifth, Ray King, Callisburg FFA. Sixth, Kitcher Johnson, Callisburg FFA. We need first and second place winners in Class 1, 2, and 3 to return to the ring for champion and reserve champion lightweight market goat. Class 4 medium weight market goats, be getting ready, please. Our banner for champion lightweight goat is sponsored by Nortex Communications. The banner for reserve champion lightweight goat is sponsored by Advanced Pedestals. The banner for champion middleweight goat is sponsored by Quasar Energy Services. The banner for reserve champion middleweight goat is sponsored by Advanced Pedestals. The banner for champion heavyweight goat is sponsored by J.R. Thompson. The banner for reserve champion heavyweight goat is sponsored by Nortex Communications. Thank you for your support.
Awfully good lineup of lightweights, and I think there is some close calls to be made because I think it is awfully close out here. For me, one of them kind of hit me the hardest, if you will, and then it gets really close when it comes to naming a reserve. I'll go show you my champion, and we're going to work through them one more time after and land on a reserve. One time, if we could, let's put our hands together for all the lightweight goat exhibitors.
Our champion lightweight goat is Kyan Kane from Munster FFA. The reserve champion lightweight goat is Claire Graves, Munster FFA. We're now ready to start our medium weight market goats. So class 4 is ready to show now. If you're in class 5 medium weight market goats, be lining up, please.
A nice class to kick off the middle division. A young man that's going to win this particular group for me. Man, I thought your weather was awfully good. He hits me real hard coming out of the gate. Stout one that's got the right kind of power pieces to it. I like that guy. Of his body cage, I think one that hands-on is awfully good in terms of his touch and tone and texture, and one that balances up nicely from the side. He's not as neat as some of the others out here, but I still think everything makes sense in terms of his image and the way he's put together. Goten 2 is cut from the same mold in terms of rib cage and in terms of shape behind his shoulder. We compare him to our he's not as fresh over his loin edge. We compare him to our winner, and he's not as good in terms of the way his hip and hind leg posture is assembled, but I still think a really good-bodied, good touching one. Very nice one that lands in second. Young man's in 3. I like yours as much as any from the side. I think one that's really good in terms of its image. Hands-on of the initial 3. I needed that one to have more shape, and that's what down here in 3, but a really high quality one in terms of image and skeleton. I thought the goat that comes here in 4, one from the outside looking in, I worked up because I like that one's body cage and I like that one's balance. Hands on though, I needed that one to have more fresh shape up high. I needed that one to just be a bit better in terms of texture on the top side of that guy's skeleton because that guy's got the right kind of body type. He's got the image. I just needed him to touch a bit better to work up for me. Goat that comes next is completely different in terms of that one's so good in terms of its shape behind its shoulder. I needed that one to be fresher in its loin edge. I needed that one to be neater in terms of its shoulder. I wanted that one to be a bit better in terms of its width progression as we worked back. I thought the goat that came next was another one that from the outside looking in gave you some good shots. For me, reading through the hair and hands-on, that plainest of the initial group. I needed more shape. I needed that one to be a bit bolder in terms of its rib cage. I thought the young man's doe that rounds us out here, trim and hard touching, needed more of it today. Just needed that one to be more opened up. Needed that one to be a bit more muscular. What a fun class and a nice way to get the first class of Division 2 started. My compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 4 medium weight market goats. First, Hank Hennigan, Munster FFA. Second, Cooper Graves, Munster FFA. Third, Heath Hennigan, Munster FFA. Fourth, Magdalene Grime, Munster 4-H. Fifth, Brooklyn Bewley, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Brinley Cottrell, Munster FFA. Seventh, Eli Waterside, Munster 4-H. We're now judging Class 5 medium weight market goats. Class 6 medium weight market goats, line up at the gate, please.
A really good class here and a nice trio of them up top. For me, the one I always kept going back to, young lady here in the pink, you got a dang nice weather. I think one that's so good in terms of the way his body cage lays onto his skeleton. He's so good in the way he pets down the top side of it, and then one that's so proportional when we put them together from the side. Nice one to start us off here with. Goat that comes in two is intriguing because I like him a bit more in terms of image. He's a taller fronted one that's a bit sleeker in terms of the way he's put together up front. In the same breath, he wants to get just a shot sharper in terms of his hip. I wish he was a notch leveler there. I wish he was a bit better in terms of his hind leg. At times he's a bit sharper there, but one that's really firm behind his shoulder, trim, hard touching one that gives us a nice look up front. Nice one there in two. Goat in three is intriguing because from the outside looking in, that's a stout one that I think's got all the right kind of muscle to it. Reading through the hair and hands on, I needed that one to be more aggressive behind its shoulder. We get behind the lineup, and that one's actually the most closed up in terms of its upper hip of the initial three. We open guy up just a notch more. We make him just a notch more aggressive. I could see that trio getting switched around because that's a really good one there in three. Goat in four is productive and bold. For me, I needed that one to have more shape behind its shoulder to work up in this group. Goat that comes next, I like that one's linked up. I like that one in terms of its bottom line. Needed that one to have more muscle on the top side of that one skeleton to work up for me. Goat that rounds out, another one that I like in terms of its pattern and its extension. I just needed more muscle. I needed more width today. Fun class. Again, my compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 5 medium weight market goats. First, Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Berkeley Little, Gainesville FFA. Third, Magdalene Grime, Munster 4-H. Fourth, Aubrey Snyder, ERA FFA. Fifth, Savannah Cromer, Callisburg FFA. Sixth, Elena King, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready for Class 6 medium weight market goats. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion medium weight market goat.
Nice class and an easy place to start for young ladies, whether that's going to win. Man, that one's hit me as hard as any throughout the day. In terms of just first impressions, I think that one has hit me just as hard as any. So good in terms of its image. That one's really good in terms of its feet and legs. I think that one's really good in terms of the way its width progressions. I think an awfully nice one to get his kick started here in Class 3 of Division 2. 2 and 3 were a bit of a closer call. Young ladies, that lands in 2. I like your goat so much in terms of its body shape. I think that one's got a ton of muscle on the top side. I wish we could make that guy a bit stronger behind his shoulder. I wish we could make him just a bit sleeker up front. But that's awfully minor on nice one there in second. Trim, hard touching one that gives you a good look comes in 3. I needed that one to be stouter in terms of his foot and bone. I needed that one to have just more outer leg to it, and I think that would change that one's image and balance from the side. But an attractive trim, hard touching one there. I thought the goat that came next, another one I liked in terms of just shape behind its shoulder. We get behind the lineup. Needed that one to be more opened up to work up in this particular group, but an awfully nice one there. Goat that comes next is really bold body. Needed that one to be more opened up in terms of at the ground. Needed that one to have more shape behind its shoulder. I thought the goat that rounds us out here, a trim one that's long and extended in its pattern, needed that one to have just a bit more muscle today to work up in this particular lineup. What a fun class, a nice way to wrap up Division 2. Again, my compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors.
We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion medium weight market goat. The winners in Class 6 medium weight market goats: first, Caroline Kane, Munster FFA; second, Katie Waterside, Munster 4-H; third, Bryson Baker, Valley View FFA; fourth, Hayden Neighbors, Era FFA; fifth, Ginger Malden, Callisburg FFA; sixth, Ginger Malden, Callisburg FFA. If you have a heavyweight market goat in Class 7, be lining up at the gate, please. Heavyweight market goats, be getting ready, please.
Awfully good lineup whenever we're talking for the second division, and I think there is some close calls to be made. For me, one of them kind of stuck out and hit me awfully hard, and I think it gets a notch closer when it comes to naming a reserve. Without further ado, I'll go show you the two I like the most. One more time, if we could, let's put our hands together for another nice division.
Your champion medium weight market goat goes to Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. Your reserve champion medium weight market goat goes to Caroline Kane, Munster FFA. We're now ready to start the heavyweight market goats.
Nice class to start the heavy division, and kind of a man amongst boys in this particular group. With our class winner, that one covers the fundamentals quickly, and then you get to talk some of the fun extra stuff in terms of that one being unique and out there and an outlier. Awfully nice one. Looking forward to seeing him come back out here for the champion heavy drive. I thought 2 and 3 was a bit of a closer call. A good-bodied one that comes here in 2 that's really fresh in terms of its texture. Needed that one to be a bit neater up front and stouter in terms of its feature if we want to start talking about beating our winner, but that's a really nice one there in second. Tall-fronted trim one that's hard touching comes here in 3. I like that one in terms of all those things. I needed that one to be fresher in terms of its loin edge. I needed that one to be gauged just a notch wider when we got comparative, but I like that goat in 3 a good deal. Goat in 4 gives you a good look up front. We get behind the lineup. He's a bit plainer in terms of his upper hip and the muscle shape down to the seat of his pants. We can see that one a bit wider in terms of its loin edge as well. Really bold-bodied one comes next that's extended up front. Needed that one to be square at the surface. Needed that one to just be more opened up from end to end. I like the pattern of the goat that rounds us out in terms of image. Needed just that one to be bolder in terms of its body. Needed that one to be wider and more massive right behind its shoulder. Real good class. Again, my compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 7 heavyweight market goats. First, Kyan Kane, Munster FFA. Second, Anthony Sankin, Era FFA. Third, Bryson Baker, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Lawson Bewley, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Macy Comer, Callisburg FFA. Sixth, Paisley Bear, Lindsay 4-H. We're now judging Class 8 heavyweight market goats. Class 9 heavyweight market goats, be lining up at the gate, please.
Nice class, and one that just kind of fell right in order for me in terms of first impressions. And after the handle, young ladies though that wins, man, that one hit me hard. And this particular group, I like that one as much as any in terms of his body cage and his touch and tone and texture up high. I think a goat two that gives you the right kind of image when we put them together. I thought an awfully nice one to get us started here in the second class of the heavy division. I thought the paint that comes in two makes a strong case because it's tall fronted and really shapely behind its shoulder. Where that one gets beat today is its loin edge. I needed that one to be square there. And then two, we look at that one's hind leg. And I'm not calling that one straight. I just think he plants it a bit more up and down. I wish we had just a bit better posture built into there. And then I think that pair gets even closer. But an awfully good one that lands in two. Goat in three's bodied and opened up. Needed that one to be firmer in terms of its shape. Needed that one to have more shape down into the seat of its britches. I thought the goat that comes next is another bold-bodied one that's got tons of muscle mass. We just needed to freshen that one up and make that one more aggressive in terms of its shape on the top side. But I thought a nice one there. I thought the young ladies that comes next is really extended and long and really bold in its mid-body. Needed that one to be more opened up when we got behind lineup. I thought the goat that came next was tall fronted. I thought a goat too that was plenty trim over its forerib we needed more real shape right behind its shoulder. I needed that one to be just a notch more opened up when we got behind him. The goat that rounds us out here is really attractive when we get that one put together from the side. I just needed more muscle today. I needed more width. But an awfully good class. My compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 8 heavyweight market goats. First, Elena Roswell, Munster FFA. Second, Brooklyn Bluely, Valley View FFA. Third, Zadie Solanas, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Jasmine Walker, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Madison Stem, Callisburg FFA. Sixth, Savannah Cormer, Callisburg FFA. 7, Elena King, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready for Class 9 heavyweight market goats. You have 4 entries in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion heavyweight market goat and then come back for the grand and reserve drive.
A nice class to round us out here in the heavyweight division. For me, it was a nice pair of them up top. The one I kept going back to is the spot backed one. That's going to be our class winner. I liked him more just in terms of his youthful body. I thought he was a bit better in terms of where his chest placement was. He was easily the better touching one of the pair, and still a balanced goat at that. I don't think he's as neat as some of the others, but I still think everything made sense when we put them together from the side. A unique one comes here in 2 that's really, really extended. I like that one's neck where it sits on the top side of its shoulder. I like that one in terms of how bold it is and how much mass it has on the top side. I needed to see that one neater in terms of its chest placement. I wanted him to be a bit shallower. We could push him back in his plate. We could see him with more shape down into his lower leg. But a really nice one there in 2. Goat in 3 is tall fronted and attractive. I think one that's trim and hard touching today for me. I needed that one to just be more opened up and a bit more muscular. Kind of the same story for the doe that rounds us out here. Another one I like in terms of image up front. I just needed that one to opened up. We needed a bit more muscle today for me. Again, awfully good class. My compliments to those 4 young exhibitors.
Your winners in Class 9 heavyweight market goats. First, Brooklyn Bewley, Valley View FFA. Second, Elena Roswell, Munster FFA. Third, Amber Clopton, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Amber Clopton, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready to choose the champion and reserve champion heavyweight market goat. Just a reminder that no swine tack can be brought into the building at this time. Swine tack may be brought into the building at the conclusion of the goat show after all goats and lambs are out of the barn. So the barn must be clear before swine tack is brought in.
Awfully good division here. Again, we talked about it in class. One of them hit me awfully hard. I think I called him a man amongst boys in his class. Same story when it comes out here. It's a bit closer when it comes to reserve, but I got my two favorites. I'm going to go show you them in order one more time if we could. Let's put our hands together for an awfully great Division 3.
Your champion heavyweight market goat is Cayenne Kane, Munster FFA. Your reserve champion heavyweight market goat goes to Alana Roswell, Munster FFA. We're now ready to do the grand drive. At the conclusion of the grand drive for grand champion market goat, we will do sale order. So if you want your goat considered for sale order, please be at the gate so that we can line you up at the conclusion of the grand drive. Showmanship will follow sale order. Our champion lightweight goat is Cayenne Kane. Our reserve champion lightweight goat, Claire Graves. Our champion medium weight goat, Caroline Kane. Our reserve champion medium weight goat, Caroline Kane. Our champion heavyweight goat, Cayenne Kane. And then reserve champion heavyweight goat, Alana Roswell. Don't forget, if you want a banner or a buckle today, or if you make sale order, please get your picture made with your animal at the backdrop before you leave today.
I'm real pleased with the lineup that we have out here in terms of the front and back line. I thought the goat show was awfully good. Before I go show you the one I like the most, I want to thank the show staff for having me out, because I can tell you right now, I've had a lot of fun. I know from my perspective as a show judge and getting to do this so much and travel the country, I never know what I'm getting myself into. And I can tell you right now, this one blew my expectations out of the water in terms of the quality of animals, and then in terms of the quality of kids. So that's hats off to everybody ringside that's got a hand in this. I couldn't think of a better place to bring one up than right here in this barn. Again, a lot of close calls were made. One more thing to the kids: if you're in the ring, if you're ringside, if you're in the back with your animal, I want you to do one thing for me today. I want you to thank the person that brought you here, whether that be your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your county agent, your ag teacher, just a friend, whoever it may be. Thank them, give them a big hug and a thank you. I could tell you that'll go a long way, because they do such a thankless job helping you chase your dreams. Again, that's enough of me talking. I'm going to go show you my two favorites. One more time, if we could. Let's get up and let's make some noise for all the GOAT exhibitors.
Your grand champion market goat was exhibited by Kane Munster FFA. Your reserve grand champion market goat was exhibited by Caroline Kane Munster FFA. We will now do sale order. If you want your goat considered for sale order, please come to the gate now to line up. At the conclusion of sale order, we will go into showmanship. Junior showmanship is grades 3, 4, and 5. Intermediate showmanship is grades 6, 7, and 8. And senior showmanship are high school students. Please don't forget to get your picture made with your animal at the backdrop if you want a buckle, banner, or made the sponsored sale before you leave today. Macy Bear. Don't forget, if you make the sponsored sale with your lamb or your goat, you need to have your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today. If you are showing in junior showmanship, you need to line up at the gate, please. Junior showmanship, we're ready for you in the ring now. Line up at the gate, please. Junior showmanship is grades 3, 4, and 5.
A close call when it comes to the champion junior showmen because I think they're all doing such a good job. Little things, if you remember back to the sheep show when we talked showmanship there, that are going to kind of separate these kiddos is hand placement, it's body posture, it's doing things quickly and effectively, and then two, getting the right kind of feet placement on our animals. Again, close call. My champion out here just does it a little bit quicker. It's a little bit more natural. I think gets a bit more out of them. Again, if we could, let's put our hands together for all the junior showmen.
Your winner in your junior market goat showmanship is Caroline Kane, Munster FFA.
A really close call when it comes to naming a champion intermediate showman, and I do think it comes down between about three or four, and ultimately it's kind of a two-horse race whenever we're trying to land on just one of them. I think the little things that kind of separated my champion from the one that I would deem reserve is maybe just being a bit better in terms of staying in the imaginary line, maybe just doing a bit better in terms of keeping the head placement in the correct posture, keeping the feet in line with them, and not overstretching or overdoing things. Again, it's a really close call. I'm going to go show you my favorite. And again, as I do, if we could, let's put our hands together for an outstanding intermediate showmanship drive.
Your champion intermediate goat showman goes to Cayenne Kane, Munster FFA.
A really good group of seniors to wrap us up here today. Again, like we've talked about, there's been close calls made all day. There's another close call that's about to be made because I think it's awfully close when we're naming our champion. Again, little things kind of separated it just in terms of maybe feet placement, maybe hand placement, maybe it was body posture, kind of little things separate the groups. Again, I had a lot of fun. I'm going to go show you my favorite champion senior showman. If you could, as I do one more time, let's put our hands together for an awfully good senior showmanship drive.
Your champion senior goat showman goes to Cooper Graves from Munster FFA. Don't forget to get your picture made at the backdrop with your animal if you made the sponsored sale or if you won a banner or buckle today. We'd like to thank our sponsors for our junior goat showmanship. The buckle was sponsored by Stark Enterprise. The buckle for the intermediate goat showmanship was sponsored by Primo Feeds, Winning Enterprises, and the buckle for the senior goat showmanship was sponsored by Quasar Energy Services Incorporated. Thank you for